Checks are not clear. Waiting for the stream check to check. Alright, looks like we are good to go. Got our Minotaur, Berserker. You know, classic. Nobody else playing Minotaur, right? Yeah, of course not. No, plenty of people. Actually, not even as many as I would have expected right now. Go ahead and hit the old continue. We did import from a previous day, of course. So we've got our equipment rundown here. Got our +6 halberd, +0 hunting sling, which we're not even using. Anti-magic broadaxe, good to have around. It's a backup. Got our flail as our counter to anything that might gain heads. We don't need this halberd. Go ahead and drop that out of here. Anything else we need to inventory manage? Got unidentified ringmail, leather armor, crystal plate. Might be good later. Probably not. Oop. Don't want to drop that. Not while it's equipped, especially. I probably just don't need the crystal plate at all. It's great armor. I'm able to take a look at that outside of the drop zone. Got a lot of scrolls and potions that are currently identified. 10 emerald potions. That must be heal wounds. I don't feel like there would be any reason to have that many of something that isn't so simple. Yep, certainly. But better to know that it is that than to guess. I would like to see some potions of mutation, but I don't want to use those unless there are enough of them at least. Oh, there's 2. I could go ahead and use those. Get some fun going with that. Potions for degeneration. I really should identify the ones that have more items here. Oh no, I was down to the singles. Anyway. So definitely want to have some fun with that mutation, of course. Less control your magic, feel jittery, and resistant to hostile enchantments. Which, okay, loosely translates to all good things. Increased magic resistance. You can translocate a small distance at will. Really? That's pretty good. And the whole spell thing doesn't matter for us because we can't use spells anyway. But being able to blink as a berserker, pretty intriguing. So we'll just go ahead and get some kills going here. Whoops. Good old headbutts doing their job. Pick up these stones. I guess we're picking them up for the slings at some point. We could just throw them. Or we can just take these hits, tank them away. Alright, I did want to check the whole armor situation. So this has 14 armor, whereas this is 8 plus 8, 16. So I really don't even need this. Let's just drop it. The encumbrance level on it is so high. Go ahead and stab past. Oh, he's snuck forward. He's sneaky sneak. Oh, it's Harold. I think we're alright. He has a good weapon. Or at least he has a weapon. Well, fortunately we're magic resistant now. But don't know if that really helps us against negative energy, which is still magic, but you know. Right, so what do we have lying about here? Crystal plate, which we abandoned. Centaur corpse, which is fine. We are marked now because of that little scimitar of draining. Not too wicked of one. And we did find the entrance to the mines. Where's that gold? Let's go there. Grab that gold, which we automatically picked up, of course. I feel like we'll do pretty well down there in the Orcish mines. Shouldn't be too much of an issue. What are you doing here, dragon? Well, I don't want to mess around with these poison clouds. I don't have cloud immunity or anything like that. Oh, you've got confused. which apparently that cloud could have confused us too. Oh, there's a little bit around here. Huh. Potions of degenerate. No, I don't want them. I don't want to degenerate. I'll hang on to the mutation just in case, but how many did we gain there? No, just 3. We just had so many of them. Do not want. Thank you anyway. I know we have a really good pole arm here, so I don't feel bad about coming in here and doing a little bit of poking around, or at least poking of the enemies. I feel fairly confident that I should just go up right here. Orc Warrior hits me with a +0 mace. Ouch. I don't know why I'm moving away from the stairs. Oh, he must have hit me pretty hard with that battle axe. Please don't die. I don't want to die. Yeah, and it's the battle axe I was worried about trying to kill me. Come on, just die. Thank you. Wow. +1, unusually strong. Yeah, I guess so. So maybe he was the one I should have watched out for. Must have had a potion of strength or something going on there. We almost died, but we're alive. Right, so we're out of danger, so we have plenty of time to heal up. Oh, ruined battle axe. God. Gift from the gods. Ooh, that is a two-handed axe right there. Anti-magic +4, which means we don't need the broad axe. I'll just drop that. So anti-magic, can we use our... We cannot use blink if we have the anti-magic axe, and I should remember, at least it would be nice if I remembered that I had that. -3 and +13. So this is a little bit better damage. I'll wield it, continue wielding it anyway, for now. We've got some good skill with it. Sitting at 12, our pole axe, our pole arm, and axe skill, about the same. And anything else I'd be interested in? An orange potion right here. Auto pickup must have been off. No, it's on. Wonder why I wouldn't have picked up the orange potion automatically. And more random gold. I'm going to wander around this floor. You know, I really shouldn't. I should rest. Nope, not that button. There we are. We got hit really hard down there, but I think it was just a potion of strength or something that he had. Which, honestly, it did tell me that he was unusually strong. I just didn't take notice of the message, which I should have. Just used to being quite powerful. Another ogre. Oh, right, we don't have the range anymore with this axe. So that is an issue, but we can take a look. Ogre wielding a club. Go ahead and let him step into me. Slap. Well, we also headbutt him. Now, there's really not a reason to use the anti-magic weapon until I come across something that is magical. And we did get a little bit more into the proficiency with it. But that's fine. I mean, they do synergize well enough. Training in one isn't going to preclude me from gaining experience with the other. Okay. Taker of speed, not going for small weapons. I mean, we are decently adept with small weapons, but I don't think we have any... Yeah, we don't have any level in it yet. We haven't turned it off from advancing, but no real motivation for us to use small weapons. So I could poke my head down here. Now, have we found the lair yet? No, we have not. That's actually pretty early Orcish mines. So I might want to hold off on going back in there for a little bit. Man, our intelligence is low. I didn't realize quite how low it was. But then again, we are a Berserker. There's some standard plate armor, but again, we're not hanging on to the crystal armor. There's no reason to hang on to plate armor. Wyvern, go away. We're really doing some nice damage. I mean, we're strong, as you tend to be when you are worshipping a Berserker god and have a Berserker class. Which is also the nicest thing about not only having access to your god and his powers immediately, but it really hones you in on strength when you have Trog and you start as Berserker. So let's poke down here. Josephine and 2 Wraths. Well, we do have an anti-magic battle axe, and this seems like as good a time as any to whip that out. Unfortunately, the Wraths aren't really doing much to me, with Josephine blocking their path. Though they aren't summoned Wraths, so I do have to worry about them. You know, obviously now that she's dead, they're still here. But the good news is we can hit multiple enemies at the same time. So even small corners like that don't work out too badly for us. Alright, my life force feels restored. Ah. Right, cold resistance robe. We could take it, but not really interested. Nope. Go ahead and shift back. We'll go ahead and change our change the X over to B, or S, or B weapon rather, not actually mapped to B. But either way, our secondary, well, both of these enemies kind of dangerous. I would blink, but I might blink the wrong way. Okay, so let's blink. That is going to be really nice. Now we're plenty far away. We don't have to worry about getting hit by him. He is a little bit faster than us, but we can just blink again. Like right now. Although it does make us hungry. So maybe we should just... see, do we want to Berserk? Oh, we're shocked. Or we can call for Brothers in Arms. That's a deep troll. And that took care of him. So now we can rest. Does that, yeah, that is also hunger and piety. But we're pretty well off on both of those. And it took care of him really quickly. Let's see what's down at the other ends of these stairs. Some anti-magic would be well here. Oh, silly blinking wizards. Uh-oh, magical bear. Kill it. Oh, we're near the other stair. So I'm not very afraid of the 2-headed giant or ogre when I have this weapon. I maybe should be, but either way. Throw some rocks at him. Did not do any damage, did not kill him. He just wandered out of line of sight. Oh, Necro. It's okay, he's dealt with. Silly scorpion. Does not stand a chance. Troll, probably not going to fare very well either. Alright, potential escape route here. Nope. Get out of here. I can't believe we didn't one-shot you. Now here's the lair entrance, which I'm a little bit more comfortable with. You know what? Let's step back so that we can use the frog shield. Oh, frog shield died. But that's alright. Wait, there's... oh, scorpion, okay. Please don't step in the teleporter. I want to save that for something... Dang, what are these little enemies here that have no business being angry with me? I mean, I could even let them live in peace, but not this time, apparently. I don't think anti-magic is the same as anti-hunger. You know, I was thinking about using some of my scrolls, but then I quit. Well, I was just using the identify, really. Resistance. Oops, went about that the wrong way. But I should save my last scroll of identify in case I find something like this that I really need to. Amulet of Reflection. Is it better or worse than what we already have? Well, probably better. Yeah. And since there is no selling here, I'm going to drop. Oh, oh. Oh, V is the good one. Which means we need to drop a lot of stuff, because it means that we only have like enough room for like 2 more items or something. Well, 4 now that we dropped that, but anti-magic broad axe can go. Do need to keep the flail. I mean, this hunting sling is so bad anyway, we might as well throw the rocks. Oh, and we don't really need the flail because the short sword is our anti-hydra weapon. And these are just kind of ordinary. There's almost no way that they will... Get out of here! I don't know why that keeps wanting to be equipped around my neck. Clouds could be useful. I mean, I really should just read some of these scrolls. Okay. Put on that. Alright, so. I got a bunch of these, which are blinks, which are fine. I'll just cancel it then. Scroll of Fear. Noise. Enchant Armor. Well, we can't enchant our body armor because it's already an artifact. Random uselessness. Brand Weapon. We can use that on our halberd and give it flaming, which is great. Now I can use that against Hydra. Scroll of Amnesia, doesn't matter. We can't forget anything anyway. Can't forget what you don't know. Scroll of Immolation, Magic Mapping. And finally, Summoning. So that also means I don't need this short sword, which would have been terrible for us anyway with our lack of skill. So anti-magic and flaming are a fine combination. So we'll stick around on this floor, at least for a little while, especially since we have our a couple of friends here, and they're gone. As with many scrolls, the effects are not very lasting. So we should do some pretty good damage with Flaming Halberd as well. I don't know if it says whether it is doing fire damage based on my... Big fiery blades are also... Big fiery blades are also staple armaments of Hydra hunters. So that's going to be awesome for us, causing extra injury to foes up to half again as much damage against particularly... Oh, extra damage, right. Doesn't say, but if they're vulnerable, they take an extra 50% damage. Scroll of Random Uselessness. See, now we know what all these scrolls are that we're finding, and we can tell if they're even worth picking up. Oh yeah, entrance to the lair, which is where I'm really interested in going now that we have a Flaming Halberd. Basically Hydra Bane. Can we do a thing? I never do this stuff, but... Hydra Bane! There we go. I'll go ahead and wait for you to show up. Wow, they not playing around. Definitely hitting hard enough. So we get... I feel like strength is just the way to go. And we got dexterity for our level up as well. So that balances out. Got some killer armor going right now. We'll just try and rest. Do that natural healing. Doing its thing. You know, I don't feel like backing off is the worst plan right here. There's a little bit of a choke point here. Now, I should check. I think we're resistant to poison here. We are, yes. We also have the spirit, armor, and reflect. So anti-magic is not necessarily the best weapon for us, which I think I mentioned on Thursday when I last played, Thursday in the morning stream. Because it does reduce the amount of damage we can absorb. I actually do want to... Ah, shoot. I wonder if I can... blink. And get the Hydra on... I think the Hydra might be faster than the axe, though. I want to get a yak shield. Well, unfortunately we do have to fight some of these yaks before we can get the shield going. And you are a 7-headed Hydra, and you decided to switch spots too. Well, the flaming is doing well. Wait, 5-headed Hydra? I thought you were... Oh, we're actually severing these heads, which is great. I mean, maybe that's always a thing. Or maybe it's the flaming weapons, which, if they're that, you know, known for being good against Hydra, it probably does actually sever the heads and cauterize the wounds so they cannot regenerate, which is excellent. And this is why this halberd is the Hydra Bane. I mean, I don't know how many heads a Hydra can actually have. But clearly, it can have more than one. I killed a 1-headed Hydra. I wonder if I can kill a 0-headed Hydra. Or if it just automatically dies if you cut off that last head. I don't know if there's even a way for me to find that out. Well, probably would have ended up having the same results if I played this or Blood Bowl as far as the loot that's going on, but not in the mood for Blood Bowl, so I'm glad I decided to play this instead. But if the regeneration, random number generator is affected by things like system clock, which a lot of the times that is seed generator, then hey, maybe we would have gotten different equipment or different results on that scroll of branding. Alright, so let's do some research here. You are Gastronok the Ponderous. Surprisingly intelligent slug. He is very slow. Alright, so he looks dangerous. He's large and slow. He can bite for up to 40, which is pretty big. He can summon small animals. He can do airstrike. We're not flying. That's not a problem. He can slow us down. It'll make it difficult for us to run. But we do have an anti-magic weapon. So this shouldn't be a huge issue. He did hit pretty hard. And we get a hat. Now, it's just a normal hat, so that's fine. We can wear that. No big deal. It's not a special hat or anything. Come on, polar bear. You don't like flaming, right? Let's go ahead and rest up at least a little bit. Get our shield going. Our mana shield, that is. Oh, we are hungry, of course. Always hungry. As a good servant of Trog will be. So I would be interested in finding some shops, which means maybe I should just go to the orc lair. Usually one of the 2 floors has a good number of shops in it. Man, I do not look like a minotaur anymore because of my hat. I look like just an ordinary human. Okay, so I do have more scrolls of enchant armor. And I think I will use those on the hat. But I will hold off on the gloves because I might find something else. But since I can only wear a hat and not helmets, that is a little bit more limiting. Unless I'm mistaken and there's a random chance to get a hat and a random chance to get a helmet. This is a door which has my interest, but nothing in particular. A lot of random doors in the lair anyway. That either don't really lead to anything or are just there for aesthetics. Because random generation. It's my generation. Alright, and I'm going to start using Auto Explore at least a little bit more. Just to confirm that I have looked everywhere. For everything. How much food do I actually have? Probably a decent number. It's not more than 10, which is ultimately where I like to be. But we probably would be there if we weren't using hunger-based abilities, but if we weren't using hunger-based abilities, we'd also already be dead. Maybe even several times over. Goodbye, snake. Burn in the abyss. So I'm feeling pretty confident about this run. If I were to get banished to the abyss, I wouldn't be completely afraid. I would definitely want to be wary. But I don't feel like I would get instantly killed. I might even be able to fight a few things there. Maybe that's hubris, though. Well, just a lot of snakes here. Oh, there's a blink frog. I swear, there was one there. There he is again. Uh-oh. Blink frog explosion. I think I'm killing them. Or they're just blinking. We do have our retaliatory headbutts. So take them out pretty easily, doing decent on our health. Lots of corpses. We could eat them, you know, at some point. You have to be hungry enough, though. You can't just go around eating things. And unfortunately, the Amulet of the Gourmand requires attunement. I don't have any boots yet. Interesting. What is this door? Oh, another random door. Wonderful. Well, let's just check this downstairs. Get out of here. I want to go downstairs. Not much there either. Oh, I feel sick. It's fine. Necromancy spellbook, possibly. Young Prisoner's Handbook. Poisoner. I always do that. I don't know why a young prisoner would need a handbook. But hey, you know, sometimes you gotta know how to survive prison. Of course, even if it was, well, prisoner, not prisoner. But anyway, enough of that insanity. Thought that plant was a hydra. I just want to kill hydras. It feels so nice to be able to do so. Now, I can't even think if I've brought a spell casting, like a attack damage focused caster, even far enough to face a hydra, which is kind of sad. Just yaks, not death yaks or anything like that. So, no problem. We'll take you. Oh, there's a few more of you. Oop. Trog grants me a weapon. Thanks, Trog. Glowing halberd. Oop. But just glowing, probably not too good. I don't think that god weapons, or god-gifted weapons, rather, can be cursed. So I don't mind at least checking out what it is. +3 anti-magic halberd. So I might just drop the +4 battle axe, because it's not that much of a difference. And then I don't have to worry about cross training. I mean, our skills are pretty much good anyway, but it's just a little bit of a thing. And what about skill? It maxed out at, hold on, if it's maxed out anyway, then I might as well use the better weapon. Okay, so axes are at 20, and polearms max out very soon. So, you know, I'm just going to use the axe for a little while, and I'll ditch the halberd. Oop, sorry, plant. Just to get some skill. We got the skill pretty much up there already, and I'm not really married to polearms. Plus, if we don't end up in a situation where we have a corridor to fight in, we'll be able to hit 2 enemies at once. It'll be slightly more efficient, though I do really have to remember to switch to the halberd in case we find ourselves facing a hydra, of course. Alright, blink frogs, stop blinking so much. And I swear one of them winked at me. The last thing I want to do is fight wink frogs. And another basic piece of gear that we finally find. Oh, but we have the scarf. I forgot about that. Which does take up the cloak slot. So we weren't losing out on that one. Random book. Another Young Poisoner's Handbook. That's funny. Different cover, though. Just goes to show you can't identify a book by its cover. At least not in this game. Hit some auto-explore. Probably have most of the enemies dead, and we do. So, on to the next floor. And actually, we could do, what, Shift-X? There we go. That works. Oh, there's the Hydra we need to switch weapons to face. 7 heads, no more. So yeah, I really want to fight a 2-headed or 1-headed Hydra because the hit points do seem to scale with a number of heads, but not at like a direct ratio. It's not like a 7-headed Hydra has 7 times as much health as a 1-headed Hydra. I'm going to actually hang back here for no particular reason, just in case something sneaks up that's a little bit more than I am capable of dealing with, which at this point doesn't seem likely, but that's exactly the time when the most deadly enemies strike, is when you're least ready for them. Come on, just fight me. Pick up that gold later. I mean, if we really run out of gold, I can just do a search for gold. Oop. Got Steam Dragon scales, which I'm pretty sure they're not particularly great. Yeah. About the worst. Now, they're no encumbrance, which is great, but I'm not really worried about encumbrance too much. Come at me. No, Trog loves us. He will give us weapons as we gain piety. We can call in reinforcements. We can get ammunition, although he really doesn't do that very much. I think that there's probably some precedent in the fact that our slings and throwing skill are garbage, so he'll probably favor giving us melee weapons instead of range weapons. That would be really nice of him, at least, as we're about literally 20 times as skilled with our polearms and axes as we would be with a lot of other weapons. Interesting. Alright, so we've got paperback book, scroll of magic mapping, transporter, bound pewter amulet. That is a unique amulet, but I do need to see where that. I am poison resistant, so it's not a very scary little room to go into. And we can find a few corners here and there. Well, unfortunately right now all of the bees are at the other end. Ah, there's a ghost in there too. Good, that's what I really wanted to see. Yea Anonymity's ghost, an apparition of Yea Anonymity, the carnivore, a journeyman demon spawn gladiator of Wu Jian, which is dangerous because he is a demon spawn, so there's going to be a lot of random properties. Immune to poison and negative energy, very resistant to fire, and resistant to steam. Can hit for up to 21, plus its vampiric weapon. We could Berserk on him. Now, he would resist the fire, and he's a gladiator, so he's probably not going to be using too much magic, and won't be using the abilities of Wu Jian very well. And then also, like what I was actually thinking about is I wanted to check, see if they're susceptible to poison. No, I mean, if fire mattered one way or the other, which it does not. So, since the ghost is not weak against fire, and the flies, bees, I think I'll switch to the anti-magic weapon, because there's not really a spot in there that I can get where nothing is going to be able to flank me. Though I do have that blinking ability. Alright, here's the ghost, who is hitting pretty well. Let's go ahead and focus on him. That seems like the plan. No, I should just berserk, honestly. Yeah. Glad I did it, because they're all dying quite quickly. Did take some damage in the beginning, but berserk took me through it, and we're done with that fight. Get our awesome gear and some food. So honestly, that fight paid for itself. Then we get to see what this amulet is. Faith. Weakness against fire. We get intelligence and... what else? I want to look at it here. I actually need to know what faith does. Probably is the whole extra piety. Allows you to gain divine favor quickly, which could mean more weapons that we get. Affects intelligence, dexterity. Makes us vulnerable to fire and protects us from poison, which we already have protection against poison. It makes us vulnerable to fire, which is bad. We don't have fire resistance already. Intelligence doesn't matter. That it's not very good for us. We're already maxed out. If we were still developing, I might consider it, but we're not. Yeah, I really want to remove that. Why? Oh, well, Trog seems less interested in me. I seem less pious. Oh, it's fine. What about this ring? Cursed ring of cursed evasion. That's fine. I have plenty of remove curse scrolls. So I really should learn my lesson and identify amulets before I put them on. Remove curse. Which honestly means I don't even want to situationally use the amulet. So we'll drop that. And also, of course, drop the cursed ring. Oh, what is this? Well, I actually want to see everything that's over there, not just one thing. Hand axe, robe, hornet corpse, killer bee corpse, nothing special. Go back to our flaming halberd. As much as it actually, we're so close to maxing out. Even with synergies, it's going to still be at capacity or cap. Curse ring of attention. I must have found that at some other point. No, you could say it was stupid to step off the stairs. Should have just let them come to me, and you'd be right. But confidence and all that. Are they constricting me? That would be bad. I don't know if they are capable of it, though. Or at least competently capable. Could have just checked their stats, but I've been fighting those this entire time. Not been too worried about them so far. And on 80th thought, I should probably just use this because of the extra fire damage. Even if something is not vulnerable against it, it'll still help out. So, are you vulnerable to fire? No, it's resistant to cold, though. Come on now. Square ruby amulet. We're going to identify it this time. I've learned my lesson. Amulet of the Gourmand. So we can do some things with eating of the dead. But really I want the reflect because we're not at all doing melee or range weapons. I mean, we could. We're just basically choosing not to. Oh, you know what we should be doing right now is we should enchant our weapon like mad. Because until we get a endgame weapon, well, might not need to. Can we go any higher than this? Where is that? I thought it said the maximum enchantment is possible. Let me look at a different piece of gear so that maybe it says it there. This weapon falls into the axis category, so this weapon falls in the polearms category. Is two-handed, cannot be enchanted any further. So we'll have to wait for Trog to gift us with an amazing weapon, which unfortunately, it will be a while because we took our Amulet of Faith off, which I didn't realize how it would negatively affect our faith. I thought it would just be, well, whatever you've gained, you've lost. Okay, this is an interesting proposition. We have the layer of spiders. And we are poison resistant. I'm just gonna go in. See how this, ooh, hello. Hello, cloak. I don't think everything in here does do poison damage. Jumping spiders are annoying, if I remember correctly. Feel strangely alone. It's just a +1 cloak. Oh, that's unfortunate. That does drop our magic all the way down by equipping it. But that's fine. I was hoping that was a better cloak. But just an ordinary magic cloak. Ring of Cursed Teleportation. Wait, isn't it? Or are all rings of teleportation considered the cursed? I mean, it can save you time exploring, because I don't think it does anything if there aren't any enemies. Could be wrong about that, though. Come on, Nova Spider. Ooh, he actually hit me. For pain. I'm thinking about clearing the upper floors here first. I'm really liking our armor class. It's really shaped up pretty nice. Oh, we have a nice little glove here. We do want to dodge those orbs. Well, it hit us anyway. Maybe dodging them won't be so easy. I think that that is something that we can reflect as well. Hits the rock wall. Doesn't say if we reflected it. That's okay. Actually, it did hurt a lot, though. Curse Para +0 gloves. Unfortunate. But we've got plenty of these remove curse scrolls. Yeah, we'll just keep doing that. Well, we'll just fight him. Fine, whatever. Oh, they're actually biting into us pretty good there. So we'll go ahead and take a little rest here. Get hungry. I'm pretty tempted by that Amulet of the Gourmand. But as you get further and further, corpses are more and more rare. Food is something that shows up often enough that unless I'm overly dependent on Trog's blessings, I'm not going to be too worried about it. Another, oh, triangle. triangular cameo amulet, not a legendary artifact or anything like that. Oh, let's back out of here, at least for the moment. That is a file of flooding. I can make water appear everywhere. Not too big of a deal. Demonic crawler. It's dangerous, immune to negative energy, resistant to a bunch of stuff. Okay, it doesn't do anything insane like mutate me or anything, so I don't mind fighting it. Could have closed the door and ran away if I had the fear of it, but I think we'll be alright. I want to get to a fun spot that is safe so that I can poke you from a distance without allowing you to fire at me from a distance. There. Because your orbs actually hurt quite a bit, and I don't want to deal with it. Come on over. Thank you, thank you, thank you. No. We're not playing your orb game. We're playing my orb game, which is no orbs. So how is my... Yeah, we hit 16. We're not training pole arms anymore. Which honestly means that we should... Come on, hold still. We should go to the battle axe just to gain skill. Because that can go up to 20. And let's just go ahead and be Berserker, because that's what we are. Not actually using the ability, but just charging in recklessly. Because these guys can't wreck us. Oh, there's an invisible spider or something here. I do want to back away from that. Okay. Now let's blink. Oh. Oh, I berserked. Well, okay. We'll just deal with that then. Not what I intended to do. I meant to just blink, but wrong button. Nothing. Nothing? Nothing. Oh, there's another room over here. Maybe there'll be something over there. Take one step back. I should use the... Well, we're trying to get skill, I guess. Well, I mean, if I was trying to get skill, what I could do instead is I could wield the halberd and just set axes on focus and just let it ride. It won't take it long to get up there, I don't think. Tarantula. You're too purple. That frightens me. It's susceptible to poison. Nothing special, though. Alright. Just wasn't aware of me. Which means I'm really good at sneaky sneaky. How good? 0 good. Hey, another ring. Random boots. So I do want to have another ring. Ring of stealth. Great. Still have no points of stealth even with that on. So we'll look for something and find something immediately. Brass ring over the ring of stealth. A ring of protection from magic, which is great. Now we have 2 points magic resistance. Nice. Which means we're not easy to F with. And what if we put on the anti-magic? Does that affect this? No, it does not. And my sound? No, it didn't cut out. I thought I heard some noise like it might have been. Oh, this is less than amazing situation. A lot of spiders here suddenly. Including, what are you, an orb spider? I just want to know. Okay, it actually literally is an orb spider. They're poisoned. I just don't like those orbs. So if I can stab at you, I'll be most happy. In fact, let's go ahead and go Berserk here. You know what? We're, oh shoot. Two Berserk to do things. This could be the end. Okay, this isn't so bad, but I'm hurting. 6 health. And 4. 2. I'm dead. I'm 2 Berserk 2. I could eat, but that wouldn't help. Can't read. Oh, what a way to go. What a way to go. Well, might as well take somebody down with me. I'm not dead. Still not dead. Okay, now I'm dead. Great. Awesome. That was terrible. Should not have berserked. Did well. 42,000, respectable score. Minotaur Berserker. Alright. So, no one here to give me any advice as to what to pick. Check out some Naga Transmuter. You know, how good are Naga at transmute? I didn't say yes. I said maybe. I don't think they're very good at transmutation, though. Transmutation being the third or last non-elemental skill. Naga being here. They're neither good nor bad. And what about for... I feel like Naga are a lot of zeros across the board. Really good at stealth and not good with armor, dodging, or shields. Invocation, yeah, plus 20% armor. Good magic resistance. Weapons are all pretty normal across the board. We could go for heavy transmutation here. So I think that I think we'll run with this. I mean, we don't have any disadvantages going into this. One plus. Naganag. Yeah. Transmuter. Now the one thing, I'm going to run with this of course too, but the one thing I'm most curious about is if we gain movement speed when we are transformed, which we don't have anything that we can transform right now. But hey, at least we don't have to worry about taking off unarmed. Throwing? No, I don't necessarily want to trade armor. We're going to try and transform anytime we face anything. Stealth is fine to go up. Transmutations and spellcasting are fine too. But we want to transform any chance we get. We do want to keep healthy. And I'm really tempted to pick up weapons. Which, honestly, I could still do weapons for when I'm not transformed. Which I probably should do. We'll do throne. And yeah, we'll do some stealth here. Alright. I think I'm getting kind of a feel for what I want to do with this character. We'll try and do some stealth. So I do want to focus on that for a little bit. Get up to, let's say, 5. Spellcasting and transmutations will do. I don't want to focus them, but stealth is really difficult to raise unless you have it up to at least a certain value first. Keep armored down, that's fine. Now, stealth Naga, kind of dangerous. Normally, but if we can transmute into a faster species, then we have a little bit less to worry about. Let's put on this ring of ice. Does give us a vulnerability to fire. I'll hang on to it, but I won't use it yet. We do have one ice spell, so that is probably not even good for that because it just increases damage dealt by, well, let's take a look. Cold resistance brings its wearer more in contact with the powers of ice, grants resistance to cold, enhances ice magic. So it doesn't necessarily just do more damage. Oh, let's get that transmutation going here. If we can stop failing it. Sneaky Snake is asleep. We'll be friends for now and let him live his life. Okay. Oh, there's no reason to cast it when there's no enemies around. I mean, it does put more focus on the skill, but really not necessary. And if I was that concerned about it, I could actually actively focus it. Speaking of which, I should probably get our... So we want to increase our strength and intelligence and dexterity. We want to increase everything. So it's really making me feel like Charbados, or whatever the slowing deity is, might be an interesting one to go with. So we are experience level. So we can get spider form, which we'll fail at constantly probably. Moving 2, yes. I'll set that to. What? Oh, to Z. And I also want to get sticks to snakes because we do need an escape. Set that on to Q. Okay. Now hopefully one of these times I'll remember to use sticks to snakes. Speaking of that, I also do need to have arrows. Which I think when you memorize that, it just gives you arrows. Let's go ahead and jump over to here. Well, the adder is awake and upon us. Man, I was feeling pretty good about that Minotaur run, but then we messed it all up. But that's okay. We got a Naga here. Not gonna be poison resistant for much longer if I keep up fights like this. Unfortunately, we do see the yellow part is all the damage we're going to be taking. We're fine now. We could go Trog again, but then we'd lose our transmutation. That's not really what I'm going for. For a sneak attack, not a very impressive one. Now, I really just want to keep going with the... What do I have? Poison darts? Hold still. Okay, well, he won't be moving now. Got a gecko who woke up. He's a little bit more of a difficult enemy. I do want to range him. At least difficult at this stage in the game. Has the potential to whack me a bunch. That appears to be a magic dagger. I mean, I could just look at him before I fire. Yeah, Dagger of Holy Wrath. So that's going to be something we're going to want to pick up from him. So we're going to have to kill him first. I mean, it'll be good against undead, but at the very least, at this point, it is a +1 dagger. Get the poison racking up here. Give us the advantage we need to clear that enemy off the face of the earth. Now, I could have done a sneak attack, or at least tried to, but bats are fast. And we're not very good at sneaking yet. Only 1.7, even with the focus. I think I'm going to just kind of back away. Well, no time like the present to transform into a spider, if we can, which we do. How's our movement? It's average at best. Which is good enough, at least. I really should have transformed into a spider and then fought that way. But we're faster than this worm, which is really nice. To be faster than anything as a Naga is pretty impressive. But now we got the door closed, we can heal. If he does come around the other side, we can still heal. Thought I saw an enemy just for the briefest of moments. And how is our... Now we do have an affinity for poison. Which, wait. Oh, we just haven't memorized that yet. So I'm actually thinking that it would be a good idea to get that on focus, just to get it up to, say, 2 points. Just enough so that we can start safely casting it, and if we do have missed cast, even with high odds, it won't be detrimental effects. Oh, well, good. I'm glad we were able to get that stab off while he was still asleep, which means that this room, or random location, whatever you want to call it, became a whole lot easier and less worrisome for us. And of course, the biggest problem with being a Naga and sneaking up on enemies that are not asleep and are aware of you is that they are faster than you. Oop, need to transform, otherwise we're going to get our butt kicked again. Which we kind of did in that fight because we didn't transform. Use our powerful powers and abilities for the greater good? Nah. Okay, how's our 38? Better chance, but still not great. So I don't know if it went or improved because of transmutations getting better, but poison is still a little bit on the low end. Okay, we'll hit the auto explore. Find another staircase, slither up here. Get this little quokka, which I don't even know what a quokka is, but quokka. Plate mail. No. That would be terrible for us, especially with our snake-like body, which does not wear armor very well. We do have some natural armor going, though. Can't wear boots. So effectively we are wearing normal, ordinary boots right now because of our snaky skin. Let's back out of here. At least for the moment. These are not particularly vulnerable to poison, though our evasion goes through the roof in snake form. Yep, and it is a good old undead deity altar. Now it would be hilarious to try and tower dive as a Naga, and our complete, or at least almost complete ability, or lack of ability, to run away from fights. Scale mail and leather would not be as bad for us, but the armor value gained and the lack of aptitude with such things, really not intriguing. Oh yeah, that spider form is so nice. Now, what we do really need to find is a movement form that we can transmute into that is faster than our normal movement speed. Oh, like contamination, residual magic. Well, we're in spider form, so it's not fair to check how good we are at transforming into spider form right now, as it is harder to cast spells while in spider form, though I believe it is possible. Let's see. I don't know if it ended the transformation or that's just a coincidence. I feel like it is not a coincidence and it does end transformation. But that's fine. I think we've gotten everything checked out here. We're done exploring. No, yes, yes. Alright, done with the first floor, on to level 1. Hurrah, huzzah. Right, now I can feel like I'm actually accomplished something. And then we'll submit our next status report once we get to the temple, or otherwise find our religion. So if I transform into a spider, what is our sneak, like 2 points of stealth? We're vulnerable to poison when in spider form, but we crush. Okay, so we're equally stealthy in spider form and in snake form. It does not seem to have a significant impact. We get a lot of food too, which is great. Feels good. Although the one thing I should remember about snake form is that it makes us quite hungry. Yeah, 3 points. And even beastly appendage is affecting our abilities to be full. But I didn't learn my lesson, but with the Minotaur I need to not rush forward. I could have easily cleared out the lair. Then after that gone to the spider lair, arachnid lair. Instead, I rushed forward. Whoops. Now, you... That always bothers me, you silly snakes. They're so vulnerable to poison, but also inflict poison. We're so good at dodging as the spider. Let's sneak over to you. Wake you up. Oh, maybe not. I'll be back later. Now here is an opportunity. Seized a rune short sword. Now we do have an anti-magic short sword, or dagger. Yep. Plenty of scrolls. Why not have a reason to use them? Ah! Plus venom. Will not stab quite so hard, but we're not too adept at sneaking up yet. And I'm going to keep stealth going, even though it advances very quickly. And only costs us much or less than a lot of other things we're training right now. Poison magic is at 1.1, which means we can not have the big risk in transforming into spider, which is great. And hunger is about the same. I did see it for the briefest of moments. Regular javelins. It's fine. I did forget that we have the thrown darts. Yeah, I do want to keep using that skill for at least a little while. Soften up wear enemies. Yeah, we are still using them. We actually picked up some more of them too. Which means we'll have a pretty solid supply. There's the good old plate mail that we're not too worried about even picking up. Well, this would be sneaky deity if we wanted to do that route. But I feel like having some stat increases to help us in our various forms will be fine. And we're changing forms. We're not actually increasing our movement speed when we turn into a spider, etc. Which reminds me that I am ready to learn ice form. Oh, no, I'm not. I mean, I'm the right level, but I don't have the ability to learn that many levels worth of magic. Let's go ahead and transform before we drop down. That is a +3 hat of pondering. That is an interesting thing there. Let's go ahead and go spider form if we can, which we can't. Oh, no, we are now. Well, I would really like to get on you. Transformation has ended. Try and get it again. There we go. Good. So that is the hat that is normally dropped by the slug, which we fought and killed earlier. Which gives us intelligence, magic resistance, but makes us slow. Which could be completely terrible or wonderful for us. Well, we do have to wait for our transformation first. Very cumbersome, thus slowing your movement. Favorite hat of the Slug Wizard Gastronaut. Okay, so movement speed is 1.0 right now. 1.4 without the hat. With the hat, 1.5. Not a huge difference. And then if we need to rest up first so we have enough magic points. Okay. So it doesn't affect us while we're in spider form. We do lose the intelligence, though, and the Magic points not important. Wait, do we lose the magic points while we're in spider form? No, we don't lose the magic points. Oh, we're not in spider form either. Oh, that's funny, we do. So if we're at full magic point. Another magical hat. Interesting. Oh. Deity of random randomness. So, let's read some scrolls. Random uselessness. Teleportation. Identify. So this is a +2 hat. Whereas the pondering hat is +3, so we'll ponder that for a while. So the interesting thing about the hat of pondering is that it makes it easier for us to cast our magic, and then we transform into something that doesn't benefit from the intelligence and is bad at casting spells anyway. But if we do find our deity, this will make us much slower than that, and probably make our deity pretty happy that we have this hat. I mean, even if it isn't applied in game mechanics. Oh. Oh, more cursed darts. Or cursed darts. Poison darts. Could get out of here, but honestly, I'll just back off a little bit more. Down to here. Okay, well, that didn't work. Oh, well, it did work, but now we're doing this. We are confused, but that's fine. Fortunately, we're not vulnerable to fire as a spider. And you know what? Dexterity and all that are good. Actually, I think I'll go with dexterity. Again, we do have extra intelligence while we are wearing this hat, so I feel like that is the way to stick with it. Wait, none of you noticed me? Fine. Whoop. Gotta get those hits in while we can. And actually, why am I worried about the orc? That wolf is dangerous to us as well. I'm gonna step a little bit back. Poison seems to have killed the other orc as well. And we'll rest up. Sigmund. Well, we're not any more sneaky while transformed, but we are faster. I could have transformed before fighting him to get to him faster, giving me fewer chances to be detected. But then when we did get up to him, the transformation might have ended in the middle of the fight. And I might have had difficulty establishing the transformation, which I feel like that would have been pretty negative for us. We're not particularly good in water, even as a spider. Apparently we're just a normal sized spider that is giant, not a giant spider. Which it's unfortunate that I don't expect that we would get a movement boost necessarily as a Naga in the water, but it is a little bit disappointing that we don't negate the penalty. because we're slow enough as it is. And we would probably still be slower than any other given creature in the water without having a penalty. But I guess that's just how it is sometimes. Why am I doing all this tricky when I could just explore? Wujin would be interesting. Still not sure about the pinning maneuver, but I feel like you do want to be fast with a fast weapon for that. Or at least have a weapon faster than you are. Should really look into that at some point. Now, the Crimson Imps are not vulnerable to poison, but we just seem to do so well with our unarmed attacks because we're a lot more skilled at them. Some more delicious banana. Wait, we're on level 4. Wow. Really haven't been struggling too much then. Unless I skipped some floors or something. Let's see. Yeah, I skipped some on a few floors. Which I really don't want to do. But, I mean, we're not, diving necessarily, but I don't want to go back now. We're handling ourselves just fine. There's no reason to rush back yet. That is a lot of fiends. Which, honestly, I could just go the other way for now. They'll probably wake up at some point and not be as concentrated. Undead stay asleep fairly well. Poison dagger doesn't do a lot against them, though. At least not the poison part of it. The stabby stab part works quite well. I am looking for the temp. I saw nothing. Alright, so we're gonna have to deal with these orcs. There you are. Well, they're awake. What are you? Exactly. You are a ball python zombie. Okay, that's not as bad. I thought it might have been one of the worm zombies. What? Terrible, I'm a spider. I love raw flesh. Okay, fine. Should check on my abilities right now. So let's do it right now. Oh, right, we're in spider form still. Fool. Okay. 4% failure chance, 17. So those are pretty decent. They could definitely be improved. Alright, so I want to turn back on poison, but not focus it. And also stealth, same deal. Wait, what? Oh, short blades is just gray because I haven't been using them. But we can hit that up and set the skill. Do I want to put any other caps? Not on dodging. Dodging's fine. Since I'm not using any armor, I do need at least one defensive thing. And even though it's going up slowly, we're not doing a lot of variety. So it's okay. Oh, I did grow the horns, but I have the hat, so it's a little bit harder to tell visually now. So, one thing I was wondering about just now is that if I have this ponderous hat, it slows my movement. I was really hoping it would slow my hunger levels even farther, which I am hungry, so let's just go ahead and eat. Well, I guess I'll go around, because I want that cloak. Even though it could just be a +1 cloak, but that's fine. +2 cloak of invisibility. Now that's a thing. And a ring of wizardry. So we should be pretty good at casting all of our spells now. And in fact, we could memorize Ice Form and Blade Hands. Which I want to... Well, it's Ice and Transmutation, or just straight Transmutation. Really low success rate, even though... What is our Ice Magic? Again, much like everything else, it's fine. And I would like an alternate form, one that would get me protected against ice. There are definitely some areas where a nice transformation would be very, nice. But we'll have to get some more experience with transmutations before it is terribly effective. No, we did not get the sneak. So let's transmute. Grow a large pair of bovine horns. Why not? That's what everyone else is doing. I didn't feel like making him run away from me secretively, as he did not know I was there. Although, the better plan would have been to throw a poison dart at him. Yeah, look, we're not messing around with you, sir. And Pickle's here too. Oh, great. Okay. So, instead of fighting Pickle, we're going to bring him up a floor. He is poisoned, so he'll probably die up here. A couple of skill ups. Falchion, leather armor, and human corpse. So he is dead. We don't have to worry about him anymore. We've killed 2 of the human slaves, which felt largely unrewarding, but at least they're gone, and we don't have to deal with them anymore. Do I know? Well, let's go down. No, we'll find another stair and go down. I want to see if I have a scroll of magic mapping. But I've already explored a large amount of this floor already, so it's not too worth. Well, here's the temple. So no reason to deliberate that now. Well, we can just auto-explore here. It's not like I have to worry about putting myself in a bad situation where I have to fight enemies, and it was over there on the other side. That. Shybrados. Yep, so we'll support our attributes. It is currently supporting them at +0 because we're not worshipping. But it'll slightly slow our movement even more. Then we'll be able to bend time to slow others. And it will strengthen and slow our metabolism, making us even more metabolorific. Warp time, flow of time around you. And we can inflict damage on those overly hasty, which costs magic points, hunger, and piety, which is unfortunate. And we can also step out of the flow of time, which I believe means that time will stop. But we'll also gain some nice stats. And we already have the power to slow others. Oh, I gotta go up. So now what we can do is we can go up to the first floor, finish exploring this, maybe get some kills as well. Alright, so we're equally as fast, and Alright, we're still getting rewarded because, wow, we are very slow now, though. We still have a movement of 1.3 because we are slowed down by Charbados. Okay. You bastard sneak. Gecko, whatever. Sorry, that was probably very offensive to geckos. I do apologize. You lost track of me? I swear you threw a rock at me and... Alright, look, come over here. I don't have time to chase a rat down. I don't know why I'm not transforming. Should try to do that every chance I get. Just keep things rolling on that route. Oh, you know, ice form. I probably want to get like 2 points into that. Hey, ice is on eye. Nice. And then focus it just to get those 2 points in there, just to make it a little bit more castable. Now, we don't have that ability yet, but eventually we're going to slow and strengthen our metabolism, so we won't have to worry about eating very much. So eating a lot of food now isn't that big of a deal, plus we already have 8 rations, which is a sizable number. Nope, no. Not rest. Run around. Explore. Found a dagger. Done exploring. Go to dungeon floor 2, which I think is fully explored. Also got very hungry. Yeah, this is fully explored. Well, maybe not. Well, let's go ahead and check it anyway. Okay. There was always that chance that there was a door that I hadn't noticed. Gall moves out of view. Get his attention. I mean, we're kind of being opportunistic with our stealth rather than make it the focal point, as we are very slow at movement now. 2.1. Oh, wait. Did we gain piety? No. We're just even slower now. Which is very amusing to me, honestly. Later on, we'll try to be a bit more sneaky, though. And I don't mind doing auto-exploring. Yeah, we're doing well on sneak now. We're able to sneak up on a single enemy. We're amazing at it. But as long as we have, you know, a couple percentage going into stealth, especially with our aptitude for it, I don't mind. I don't want to get like 50% of our skill points going into it or anything. That would feel like a little bit of a waste. But I like where we're at right now. And we got any support? Yeah, +1 to all of our attributes. That's nice. And that will carry over even into our alternate forms. So I like that a lot. It should go around the pit. It went over it? Wait, I gained spells. When did I do that? Okay, so blink at 9% failure would be pretty good. Alternate we have slow, but we also kind of have that through our God power anyway, which has a 26% failure chance, which is invocation, which is pretty high. Costs hunger and piety. Whereas slow But I think the power might be not resistible. Aesthetic Cloud, Conjuration, Poison, and Air, which we're not doing Conjuration yet. None of these really synergize with what we're already doing. And we only have 4 spell levels left, which is really the clincher here. So I do want to hold off on memorizing anything. Go ahead and update. We are now level 8 plus. Oh, no. Gotta get that I in there. Otherwise I'll be mad at myself as well as dishonoring our god. Oh, yeah, these stairs go down, so let's do that. Get the auto explorer just to finish off this. Partly explored, can't reach some places. Okay. It's because over here there's deep water that I cannot travel through. Not going to use a potion of flight if I even have one. Just to check those 2 little nooks out, which are probably not going to have any loot. I don't think there's ever a point in this game where you totally run out of... Oh. Dead end. Great. Run out of options. I'm going to hang out here just long enough to pull one up. Transform. Just so we get dodging. Hopefully we don't get drained. We did get hit. But, we might still not get drained. Which is really what I'm after. Okay. Terrible robe. Do I have any armor yet that I would like to regret not having picked up? Hat, Cloak of Invisibility. And a bunch of ordinary armor. Yeah, +0. Okay, so no, we've got good armor though on. I mean, honestly, AC of 9, pretty good for us. It's equivalent to some decent armor. Oh, I like this staircase more. 2 stacks of gold and identify scrolls instead of whites. I hate whites, they're terrible. Wait, that's not what I meant. Oh, whoops, that's spider form. I need to keep my stuff straight. Usually I do put bestial appendage on a different button, but trying to change things up here. We'll just kill these guys. It went pretty well the last time. Although our armor does drop significantly when we change into spider form. And unfortunately, none of these enemies had the kind of weapons that I really want to use. But we're also doing a cursed -1, +4 battle axe. Would be nice, but we're doing our unarmed thing. Let's see, we have poison or venom on our short sword. Well, the rapier would be slightly better. That poison could really save us. I do have the option of getting a buckler. We could get gloves of dexterity, which would be nice and could be enchanted. And they would help us sneak up. There's a +0 helmet. Cannot wear the boots. Scarf. Special +1 ring mail. Resist electricity, plus dexterity, -stealth, though. So I don't want that. Which we could transform when we want to do stealth, but then we wouldn't resist electricity or have that dexterity. So the gloves of dexterity are pretty cheap. I'm going to go ahead and grab those. And the robe of resistances I'm going to put on a list to pick up later. +2 leather armor of poison resistance would be a different option, but we are already resistant to poison, so stacking that won't help. Alright, I like that. Yeah, we'll go ahead and go through with that. And that will give us a target in case we read a scroll of enchant armor or anything like that. Enchant weapon. I'll just go ahead and go with this because that's what we've got going on already. Blink, I'll cancel that. No. Yes, I'm sure I want to cancel it. Amnesia, cancel that too. Yes, I want to waste that. Sorry. Feel blessed for a moment. It was remove curse. Alright, so we did not get magic mapping or anything else that I really wanted, which was enchant armor, I guess. There's a lot of maces here. Transform and eat him. That's just there are maces here normally, but this is just a large number of them. And I'm not really looking to use maces or quarterstaffs. He potentially would have had a cloak that could have been good, but not this time. Oh, there is a cloak, an ordinary cloak. Why do I have this sneaking suspicion that I don't have a cloak? Yeah, I've definitely got a cloak. It's a good one too. I really need to, one's evocation, the other one's invocation. I could work on those, and they're not going to go up on their own. Let's see, let's set a cap of 5. And on evocations, we'll set a cap of 3. Ice is coming up nicely. I feel like fighting doesn't go up with unarmed combat and transformation, but it's probably wrong. I'm just focusing so many different things right now that it probably is just overwhelmed by the other options. There might be an altar for, hiss of flowing sand. Well, I am the hiss of flowing snake. So let's make those happen together. Oh, that's funny. I feel clumsy when I transform. I also feel stupid, probably. Is that a thing? No, it doesn't mention that one. So we have to find the, oh wait, this might be it already. Although this could also be an altar. Yeah, it's the altar of cursedness. Let's go ahead and get the horns. I'm gonna have to rest this one out. Should've, would've, could've. Gotta keep moving though if I want to find this. That's very distant, so we're going the wrong direction. Although just finding this altar could have been an indication of that. There's probably some precedent for spacing things out. Still very distant, but we probably just passed by the location where we found it the first time. I do not like the centaur, but he is asleep. And we were able to get up there in time to stab him to death. Okay, here's an altar of Evelyn. So maybe we'll try going southeast. If that means anything at all. More arrows to turn into snakes. So we hear the brisk hiss of distant sand, so we might be getting closer. As it is only distant and not very distant. Here we are. Well, we can get that gold afterwards. Blade Hand's still a very risky cast. And we don't have enough spell levels. We'll have to level up first. Nothing else is really going to help us in here, so we're pretty close to level 9. Oop. So we should be able to memorize that spell at level 9. And maybe we'll have a decent chance of being able to cast it then as well. Now, kind of the scary thing here is that I don't have the ability... Well, I do have the ability to run away and then sacrifice every reason for being here. Oops, that's not the form I wanted to use. But it's a good one. Wait for you to come up. Maybe our transformation will end. It might end before we get to face you, but that's fine. Refresh the horns. Just keep all the horn going. Alright, so I want to snake around, no pun intended, so that we don't alert the sleeping enemies, because I believe that unless you generate noise, like actual noise, you can't wake up anything if it's off of your line of sight, which is nice. Maybe we'll even be able to sneak up on you and stab you unawares. Hey, we did it. Look at all that gold! I found a lot of gold here. So we have... Wait. 160. This looks like it's a lot. And it is. Oop. Now we have enough almost for that robe, and that's going to be a really nice robe for its resistances. Plus if we get enchant armor, we can enchant that up, make it a little bit better. Although I am looking to go back up a floor here when I get the chance, but I might as well peek down here. Ew. An ogre and a gargoyle, which you don't see a lot of gargoyles. Alright, so I've got a question for my brain. Blade hands. Causes long scythe-shaped blades to grow from the caster's hands, increasing your melee damage significantly. Okay, it doesn't say anything about being able to pierce armor or anything, but it does mean that it is difficult to cast spells, which is understandable, as wiggling fingers when they're made out of swords is not easy. Oh, here's a way up. And a phantom that I'll just mess with anyway. I mean, we're really good with our spider form at inflicting massive casualties. So I do not have any shame at my enemy resisting my venom. Alright, so I did think that this was a... Yeah, this guy. It is the spade-shaped area. As he's such a card. And then we are at... strength, intelligence, or dexterity. Well, you know... Oh, I have to check. Okay, I can't check this stuff first. Although I picked intelligence, I think, because I was trying to view my current spells. It's fine. I was considering doing that anyway. And that does mean that we can memorize Blade Hands. It is our last spell for the moment, though. And I do want to switch that spell over to S. And I do need to switch Ice Form, which I haven't even considered using yet. Oops. Wait a minute. I switched the wrong one. Okay, got it all sorted out. Alright, excellent. So Blade Hands should be interesting. And that will allow me to transform and take advantage of the high abilities that I have. But it is a dangerous cast, so I don't want to just do it whenever. And it probably makes me quite hungry. Yes, indeed. Didn't even know a spell could make me that hungry. Oh yeah, I wanted to see +4 to all of our abilities, thanks to our deity. And our skills, well, we only put 2 points, I think, to cap out. Actually, 5 and 3. Those are pretty high numbers. And our poison magic is... Wait, we should not be focusing poison magic. And ice magic should be turned on. Again, but not focused. That should even things out just a little bit. Thoroughly raises attributes as it slows yours. So we're now up to +5. And we are moving at a snail's pace. A literal snail. Not even a scale snail. Snail of the size that I actually am. Right, well, these are all small gains, but I think we have enough for the... Alright, I want to try and get blade hands. Yeah! So we hit nice and hard. That's great. And our spellcasting, transmutation, and invocation skills all went up. And I will check on some things once the transformation ends. It's still dangerous to cast blade hands, but we are at 20% chance to fail only, which is pretty reliable, I would say, for a transformation, not for something I want to spam. Alright, so I want to get this robe. Yep. And do we have enough for the helmet too? We do. I'll pick that up just to have it. Spirit Shield would not be terrible, but we do need to keep as an escape. Oh right, I didn't want the helmet. Shit, I'm an idiot. I have a hat. And I have another hat. Well, damn. So let's just drop that helmet. And since we're dropping things anyway, got a lot of arrows, but I haven't even really had to worry about escaping yet, which is great. Drop this dagger, because it's garbage. This robe for the same reason. A ring of ice, unnecessary. I do want to identify some of my potions. We'll do that after this fight, though. Now, I do want to check one thing here, and it is a little risky. We've got one change. Okay, I cannot have blade hands at the same time as I can have horns. That's fine. Only one transformation allowed at a time. Unfortunate that those don't stack, but I understand why they wouldn't, and I'm now very hungry because I'm being silly and doing experimentation on my own body. Never recommended. Don't do that. At least not with transmutations. Let's see, we're at 11% chance to bend time. And evoke invisibility is still terrible. Evocations are capping out at 3, I believe. I had it set for, but we're going to go ahead and change that to 2. Since I don't want to focus that too much, and honestly 11% chance, pretty decent. I can live with that amount. And it will get slightly better once our skill does go up. Glowing longsword, not too worried about that. Do some exploring. So, you're a slave, which means Pickle is around. And he left. He's got a Wand of Clouds, which isn't too worrisome. Whip of Flaming means that I do not want to... Oh, there he is. transform into a ice form, but I don't see anything wrong with this spider form. I feel hot and cold all over. Which we were resistant to fire, and now we are not, but we're not vulnerable to fire either. So that's fine. The whip of flaming I could take. It's +2. I should take it just to have an alternative. Although, well, we'll hold on to it until we actually don't need to have it. Done exploring. Good. So the next floor. Seems like our... Oh no, it's only at 5 still. I thought it must just be one of those strange points where it seems like it's up more because everything's above 20. I do not like this area right here. Still dangerous to cast blade hands, which is crazy to me. Oh, you are not my friend, and you are here. This is bad. So we're going to need to bend time. And transform again. Now we could turn into ice form. I think we want to do that. We're not any faster though. In fact, we're still pretty slow. But we do have armor and evasion. And it looks like we're doing... Alright, so what else we have? Spit poison will not work against a gargoyle. We can not bend time again, that would be pointless. Do we have... You know what I need to do here is I need to use the Wand of Disintegration. Let's try that again. Well, damn. Please, thank you for dying. Ugh. So did he resist the second time too? Because I was really wary about that. It seems like the Wand of Disintegration worked really well against him, though. Hit him, freeze him. Almost destroyed, yeah. Yeah, he resisted both times with a significant effort, so... Fortunately we lived, but it was pretty close. Stealth gets up to 7, and Invocations reaches level 3. Well, and Transformation is really easy to do. Do that. Now we can check on what our evoke. It's pretty bad still. We can rest up now. You know what I didn't account for down there was how slow I will actually be moving. Dire Flail is not really a weapon I'm looking to use. I mean, I'm already slow enough of movement. I don't need to be slow of attack as well. And with our great strength, having a fast weapon is really advantageous, because I think that we can still apply our full strength value to anything we do. Ring of Poison Resistance is a redundant item. Yeah. Yep, it even says it. Removed. Drop it, actually. Hit that auto explore. Okay. Sneaky, sneaky. So clearly you are slowing and strengthening our metabolism, which is great. I like it. Alright, not much left, if anything. Now we're done, officially. Down here is where we went the first time. Okay. So I'm a little bit surprised that the gargoyle came around. Best form spider. And we did wake up the wizard, but he'll die quickly to the... I would like to have sneak attacked the hunger spirit, whatever you want to call him. Oh, well, we're transformed. Just go ahead and do that. And eat our rations. Try and oh, well, there's no chance of sneaking up on him now. And he can't open the door. So let's just go straight into spider form. And wait for him to come to us. Or we could get down into the water right here and have him very much unable to hit us, easily at least. I like that plan. Got some skill ups here, which is great. And some wonderful tactical moves there. What is, it's still, even with 16% chance only of failure, it's still a risky spell. Is it always risky? I'm beginning to feel like it is. Oh, we failed to cast it. And we're going to succeed in going up here. What is our movement? 2.3, really low, which is not surprising, of course. Nope, that wasn't the transformation I wanted. So even as a spider, we're at 1.5 movement. Oh, let's get out of the water when we're doing this. Scroll of Immolation. I don't know how Immolation works. Wait, I found a Scroll of Immolation. That doesn't mean he used it. That could have been an entirely different effect that was on him. And the sheep, yak, whatever. Did he not find me? Does not seem like he did. Come on over. I'm not afraid. Oh. It's over on the other side. Let's poison darts. We got him. Oh, you know what? He can't come over this way easily because of the water. So we get free shots on him. Now the snake I'm not so worried about, but we'll have to get rid of him. And the snake is coming after me. Oh no. The traitor. There. A little bit of gold. Purple ugly. So let's go blade hands here. And just wreck him. Now, if I am... Well, I can wait for the transformation to end to check it as well. Blade hands only changes my hands. I think I still get the effects of the rings, which I would really like to know if that is the case. What have I got? A ring of wizardry? Well, that's kind of a bad example because we're going to be really bad with magic anyway. Should have rested before I came down here, but then I didn't. Seems like it went okay, though. +1 dagger of Holy Wrath. We've already got one of those. And why not check out the trident? Whoops. Why would I... whatever. +2 trident of venom. Well, unfortunately, I don't care. And I'm still holding on to the dire flail. I'm not sure why. Not good with flails. I don't plan on being good with flails. And I should just go back up anyway. Nope. Okay, now you're after me. Alright. Both vulnerable to poison, but... Oh, you know, wait, hold on. Does my natural ability to be resistant to poison still kind of work here? I mean, when the transformation subsides, it probably will be. The good, the bad, and there you have. Right, random trees, apparently, for no reason. Unless there is a reason. Really? I hit it and did no damage on a sneak attack. That's really unfortunate. Let's go ahead and go Ice Beast. Or we miscast. Fine, we'll go Spider. If that's what you really want from me. So here's the answer to all these trees. Magic darts, magic, magic, magic. And a Vorpal weapon. Yeah, that does not seem like anything I want to mess with. Especially not just for a scroll, some crummy leather armor. Wait, what? The Spriggan hits the plants with a +7 trident of... Wow. Electric, attack, drain, resist negative energy, and intelligence +6. It's too bad I don't have anything that can hit them without exposing myself to danger, because that sounds like a pretty decent weapon. Should probably play Blood Bowl next week. I just was not in the mood for it at all. Well, Kobold using a -3 whip, +0 whip. And we're still sneaky for now. So let's stay that way. Well, we stopped being sneaky. Now, that's a terrible transformation to do right now. But that's okay, I guess. I should have used my poison darts once they started waking up. I'm honestly doing better than I expected to on this run anyway. But I am having a good time regardless. I'm so bad at stabbing. Is my skill just awful? No, it's not that bad. It's almost 4 points. It's not great, but it's not like the devotion we have for unarmed combat. I want to do spot. I want to be a big icy guy. Sorry. It is kind of funny moving backwards, though. So, yeah, I was just checking this. Hey, we're down to yellow failure risk on blade hands. That's good. 8% chance to fail on ice form. Really good. I feel like our skills are not that high all in all. We're really spreading it out a lot. So I can hit evocations and invocations back to turn on. And we've got 63% chance to fail on evoke invisibility. We're not particularly good at invocation. Or that's evocation rather than invocation. Oh, you know what? I mixed up the order I wanted to do these in. Invocation is god stuff. Evocation is magical artifacts and such. So let's change that to 5. And yeah, we're going to be pretty low risk on bend time. Now we have temporal distortion though as well. Warps flow of time, causing monsters to skip forward in time relative to you. Oh, I think that just kind of makes them go away. I could try it at some point. Why not now? Oh, it's kind of an area effect thing. Well, we tried it. Let's get blade hands and make ourselves hungry for no good reason. But then we stumble across this room. Actually, let's get back just a little bit. And let's spend time as well. Wait, only one target? I don't know if that's the only one that was affected or if it only affects the nearest target. But so be it. I want to eat the flesh. Well, it was terrible. Never again. Wait, we killed it? Oh. You punch the jelly, your hands burn. You headbutt the jelly. Kill the jelly. Wait, do I not have a what? Huh, I didn't have a weapon equipped. Well, that might have changed a lot there. I feel silly. Well, I was also had blade hands transformation, so it wasn't all bad even without a weapon equipped. Here's the lair and a glowing rapier. Plus 1 rapier of speed, which I should not use, because that would make some deities kind of mad. I would like to find a better weapon than just a +2 of venom, though. And axe, but you know, we're looking for pokey stabby stabby weapons. A Cyclops, huh? Well, glad we caught him unaware. Unarmed combat transmutations both went up. Excellent. 10% chance, still a risky spell. So I'm really feeling like now that's just risky no matter what. Okay, be very, very quiet. We gotta kill all these. Damn. Let's just go with blade hands. Sure. Okay, so short sword, gloves, and okay, it stops dripping. So yeah, it's gloves, weapons, shields, all that stuff to become blades. Which is fine though. It's just about everything. Everything worth exploring on this floor, I would say. Alright, one of these types of floors. Alright. Let's get those blade hands going. Try and slaughter as much as we can. Alright, so we're having a little bit of trouble here. So, okay. let's get some descriptions. Attempts to slow down everyone around you, everyone adjacent to you. Okay. High invocation skills makes it harder to resist. B is warps the flow of time, causing monsters to skip forward in time relative to you. Still not entirely sure what that does. It is instantaneous, though. Causes everyone in sight who is moving faster than you, dealing more damage with greater difference of speed. Does do a lot of hunger. It's a 19% chance to fail. But there's a lot of enemies in there, and some of them are pretty bad. And it's relative to the speed difference, which is pretty huge, especially with this hat that we have on. But, oh, we got +8 to all of our attributes right now. And we did drop down a level, but we just slaughtered them pretty well. We must have only just gained that ability. Got a Spear of Flaming, which is a little bit better of a weapon than what I had. Although we're also not skilled with it. Yes, let's drop the weapon that we just picked up. No. H is what I want to drop. I want to remap to S, just so it's not on an awkward letter. Alright, more arrows for sticks to snakes, which I will never remember that I have, ever, not even a single time. You are a very fast doggy. It's okay, we'll headbutt you to death. Don't feel bad. Oh, another helmet. I haven't learned my lesson yet. He just ran right past me. Alright. Nothing special on the other side of that door, as expected. And back to the exploration. I feel a little bit wary now, because that one room freaked me out. Even though we did pretty well, we did take a significant amount of damage in the fight. Our armor class is 13. And we're only getting 3 points from our armor class. Or our serpentine skin being very tough. I would like to hit you from a range. But he is resistant to poison. Okay, so now we're back up a little bit more. Got +9 to our abilities. Now, I assume that he's immune to poison. He might actually not be. Is immune to poison. Well, I guess what we can do is transform into ice. Which does make us resistant to poison, if I am correct. Which we were anyway. And at least it doesn't take it away. So that's good. Wait. Oh, the Ring of Wizardry is still equipped. That's nice. Wait, barding? I can have armor and barding, I think. I didn't even know that. I don't think I've ever found barding as a Naga or a Centaur. Oh, cursed -3. No, thank you. Well, since we are transformed already, we can just bop you guys. Oh, boots. How lovely. the scroll and nothing else. He's got a nice shield. And by nice, I mean just an existent one. Just a normal shield, not a tower shield. Not a buckler. Not something I'm interested in anyway. I was trying to figure out why my hand was like right there, why it was white. And I was like, is that a bestial appendage? What is it? It's because of my gloves. Perhaps I could have known that. Rune dagger, we'll grab it. For now, do I have any? Well, I have plenty of scrolls which we can read just to identify them. Enchant armor. Okay. And then one last one, except for the other last one. There's magic mapping, which I even forgot I cared about, and brand weapon, which we can use on the... what a waste. Rune dagger. Becomes a dagger piercing. +2 dagger piercing. Which is probably going to be what I want to use anyway. Because it's a dagger, so it'll do better at sneak attacks. Plus it'll also pierce armor. We don't have a very good weapon anyway. And venom isn't really what I'm most concerned with having because we're transforming and not really getting a lot of benefit out of that anyway. It's unfortunate that the brand does not go onto your blade hands though. Come on, auto explore. It's faster. Oh wait, hello. What is this? Oh, this is probably the entrance to the orcs. Oh, it's a shop. Okay. Hunting Sling of the Evil Eye. Velocity contaminate. So it renders you almost immune to negative energy. It affects your resistance to hostile enchantments. This is a magic resistance. It causes magical contamination when unequipped, and it causes draining when unequipped. It'd be great as a Spriggan. It's not bad, but that whole swapping it out thing, problems. Glaive of Venom, pretty good. Flail of Holy Wrath. It's a +6 Glaive of Venom too, and I cannot afford it. And I don't even think I really would like it that much. Because we're unskilled, firstly. And secondly, transformations and all that. Weapons are not nearly as important. I mean, at this point we've maintained about twice as much unarmed combat as we have our weapon proficiencies, and I don't really want to spread that out a lot more than that anyway. I'm glad that Charbados is okay with me stabbing unaware enemies. Because that would be rather upsetting if I couldn't get away with sneaking up on things and stabbing them at this point. Alright, so we've fully explored every floor above this. Go ahead and check out the 10th floor. So we're doing a pretty good job of consistently getting to level 11, I would say. Or at least I felt good about it. And we'll just mark the number of pips we have with the Charbados. Oh, full screen. Let's keep that maintained. And this other thing. There we go. Got to monitor everything. It's all super important. Alright, so we can sneak up on you possibly still. Well, not anymore. I'd like to actually kill you with... Actually, do you do cold damage? Can bite, drain dexterity, can claw twice, and drain dexterity if damage is dealt. So honestly, I want to stay in our current form because it has the most armor. We'll go ahead and get horns going. Hopefully we don't lose any dexterity, although we've got, you know, a supply of it. Dodging actually went up to level 5. I will keep that going though. So long as it doesn't surpass our... Alright, so we'll kill you. Consider carefully what I do here. Alright, so we've got blade hands. As long as we don't get overwhelmed here, we'll go... Well, okay. So I didn't actually expect the evil eye or beholder or whatever it was to come up, but then it did. So we're done. We're done with that fight. Done with that room. Everything's great. So I'm glad our metabolism is so good because we've got some spells here. Oh, we don't have any hunger on 3 of them now. But the blade hands and ice form still have quite a lot of hunger they generate. But fortunately we don't need virtually any hunger. We have virtually no hunger generated by our movement. Let's just try and sneak up. Get some stealthy kills, which is great. So how is our stealth doing? 8.2. I'm just going to let that keep going up. Let it ride. Rue altar. Oh, well, I guess we're a spider boy now. Fortunately, we are very sneaky as a spider as well. This is a different location. See how sneaky we can be? Not very. Go ahead and move up. Try to move up. Okay. Alright. Well, I feel like we have to slouch. And let's get these blade hands going. Hopefully we don't die. Which we do. Because Ogre, yeah, we weren't ready for him. But again, I got pretty far with what I was doing. Wait. Oh, we're not even in the top whatever number, which we did get on the last run with the Minotaur. Alright, we can do something a little bit more viable this time. Formicid Fighter. It is a really good one. But not this time. Demigod Summoner. I hate summoners. Baracha Enchanter. Fine Stalker Warper. Vampire Fire Elemental. Nah. Kobold Venom Mage. Interesting choice. Has potential. How would I deal with undead as a Kobold Venom Mage? Would be sneaky. Think about it. Minotaur Necromancer, terrible idea. Centaur Berserker, eh. Vampire Monk would be interesting. Octopede Gladiator, no thanks. I'm really thinking about that Kobold Venom Mage. I wonder how viable that would be. Okay, so Kobolds are small, mischievous, fragile, but multi-talented. Which I think that they gain skill more quickly as their issue. Like experience rate is very fast for them. And it's only +1. Low hit points. So they're good at dodging and stealth. Invocation, evocation are alright. They've got good with crossbows and throwing, which you don't get crossbows till later on. Short blades, of course. as their forte. And for magic, they're bad with charms, but good with, or decent with everything else. So poison could be interesting. We could handle undead with thrown. I'll give it a shot. I will give it a shot. But first, I will take a short break. Now don't go thinking I'm back yet. I just need to find out what makes kobolds good or bad. Come on, page, load faster. I need information. Okay, you're being stubborn, page. Forget it. We'll just play. So we've got Sting to do poison. We'll look around for a short blade, because that's what we excel with, and we'll be sneaky sneaky. Do you mind? Nope, not at all. Just seems odd. Because they're good with, really good with short blades. Maybe that's what they're so great at, is being good with short blades compared to other races. Maybe they're the best. Let's see. Short blades. Ah, they are the best with short blades. I mean, other than gnolls, but gnolls don't count. So things that are aware, we can zap with magic. Move at a normal speed. Alright, I don't know why I'm looking already. Did I miss my dagger yet? No. Just the whip and the club so far. So general strat we're going to employ is stab things, poison them. Pretty simple one. So I feel like kobolds, they have to get experience faster than most races. Because otherwise I don't know what good they actually are. Are you immune to poison, sir? You certainly are. Oh, you're resistant to poison. So I'm just going to pick up this club. Oop. Yeah. And we're not going to level up either. Thank you. I just want you to be dead, and you're resistant to poison. So it's not going to work very well anyway. But I have to have a weapon, even if I'm not good with it. Unless I'm going to get good with unarmed, which I don't think I'm going to. I could learn throwing. Yeah, I'll leave throwing on. I get thrown darts for when I run out of magic. Or, forget to prepare magic. Let's go ahead and wait it out. Actually, I should walk away as well, since we are low on magic. Oh, a shield. I don't think we're good with shields. And it'll just make our magic worse. Yeah, so we'll ditch that. Well, he is currently asleep, but oops, there we go. There was also a python there. Oh, you're not more poisoned than that? Come on, get more poisoned. Fine, we'll just beat you down. Alright, here's a sling, but we're not good with slings, we're good with crossbows. So what I should do is I should ensure that I pick up darts, boomerangs, because of thrown, which we have skill with, stones, throwing nets, javelins, which we can't use because they're too big. I wonder why it's gray versus that. Oh, regardless, I think we're small, so we have trouble using some weapons. But bolts was the big thing. So we can only use hand crossbows, I think, then. Not the big old arbalists. I think I've done a... I really wish I had a dagger. I really wish I had that scroll too. Let's get that scroll. Duck down here, bring you with me, but we're going to fight you. And I'd really like to 1v1 you rather than die to you. Thank you. So I do want to increase my dexterity. Yeah, my strength is really bad. I don't want to go up back there though. There's a lot of enemies there. And I would really like to find a dagger at some point. Stealth not so good so far. So we'll continue trying to not be an idiot. Ugh. Use your magic. I'll put on these rings. Protection from fire and a ring of fire. So effectively, we've got 2 rings making us have a No, we're still vulnerable to cold and very resistant to fire. Ah, right. So, silly me in my brain. H. Remove. We don't need to don't actually need to drop it necessarily. Yeah, let's get out of here. I don't have enough magic stamina or a lot of things to deal with that many of them at once yet. Man, I could really use a dagger. I really could. But in the meantime, our poison magic and conjuration all going up nicely. What about our spell book? We've got Mephitic Cloud, Poison Vapors, which I don't really care for poison vapors because I don't want to be a lot of locations that's going to be effective. Mephitic Cloud I think is noisy, but it will be an out for us. It uses conjuration, poison, and air, which I should just get both of them. I've got 5 spell levels left, so yeah, I guess we will. Go ahead and do that. Yeah. Go ahead and put poison vapors on from B to S because it's just for damage. And then yes, put that on to Q because that's our escape spell. So we really need to get away from things. It'll be loud. I think that it is loud anyway. Let me just verify that before I start telling lies. Yes, it is very loud. This thing is actually doing some pretty decent damage already. And our stealth is creeping along. The thing that's really nice about Sting is it has amazing range. At first level even. Now watch this be a cursed mace. Which, you know what? Just drop it. There's a dagger over here. Alright, now we can start stabbing. Works well. As we are naturally adept with them. And we've got poison darts as well. So now we've got more options. And there it is. Okay, thank you very much for that. Yeah, I was talking. Yeah, there is supposed to be stream audio, and I'm sure you can hear it now. It's a little glitch that's going on with my headset. It decided to take focus away from it, but now we got it going. Thank you for joining me and informing me and helping me do a better stream. Alright, don't kill me, Snake. Jeez. We have somebody watching. You can't kill me now. Alright, lots of friends in here. Let's get this worm woken. And moderately wounded. Come on, come around so I can stab you with poison some more. A little bit of stinging going. Come on, no, come on down. Don't hang out up there. Alright, gotta get those sneaks in at some point. Thank you for being vulnerable to poison. Well, you're better than I am. I do occasionally die early in the dungeon. Ah, good. Especially the first floor. I'm on the second floor. I have no excuse to die now. Anything I do now is my fault. Especially messing with Terrence. So he's got a flail. He's kind of far away, but I don't have a lot of magic right now, so maybe I can run away for a little bit. Oh, that was the wrong way to go. So I guess... Ah, shoot, I missed the stairs. Alright. Maybe Natasha won't notice me. Wow. Okay. That was not how I expected that to end. Howler Monkey. I really don't want to wake him up, so I'll just stay away. I'd like to find a staircase going up before I mess with him. And a shop, which I can't afford anything, but let's see if we can make a list. Ringmail, cold resistance, ordinary ringmail. Longsword of victory, vampirism, and blink. Yeah, let's remember that that's there, even though it'll never matter. Plus the potion mutation might come in handy as an emergency. And scroll of acquirement. Nice things here. Scroll of identify, unknown. That's fine. We'll never make it, though. Back here. To claim any of that. All very expensive, too. Orc shouting, not cool. And he speeds up, so we're going to have to deal with him. Is he as sick as possible? He is as sick as possible. And we're as dead as possible. Yeah. No staircase. And yeah, that wasn't good. Alright, so we need another class. That was not a recommended combination, of course. We're looking for random. Let's see if there's any other random inspiration we can get, or if you want to see something in particular, I will take that into consideration. Gargoyle, Necromancer, Vampire, Earth Elemental, Naga Transmuter. I actually just did one of those. Centaur Scald. Not an assassin. Draconian Venom Mage. I just did Venom Mage, honestly. Vinestalker. I'm not too opposed to doing a Vinestalker, but not an Earth Elementalist. I did try Necromancer with Vinestalker, and that was terrible. Or at least it went badly. It does have potential, but it is a tricky start, to say the least. Right, so stealth is good. Terrible hit points. Not good with anything as far as weapons, and nothing inspiring for what elements to use. Yeah, Minotaur is definitely the way to go for fighters. I actually really like the Formicid for fighters too, because you can use a two-handed weapon and a shield at the same time. What about a Warper on a stealth? No, I mean, I could do a Warper stealth, but not as a Vine Stalker. Maybe not a Vine Stalker this run. Could try a Deep Dwarf and not do Assassin, but I'd have to find the thing. What about... actually, I'm kind of feeling like Halfling Slinger. Oh, you would be there. Can't reliably sling past the plants. That's going to be annoying. Alright, well, so let's update the stream anyway, so that I'm reflecting what I'm actually doing. Alright, so I am adept at what? Probably just short blades, yeah. Great with slings. So dodging and armor and shields actually are all decent, so I'll probably run with shields and some light armor, as well as using dodging. Spellcasting, I'll probably stay away from charms and translocations, though. Maybe I'll keep an eye out for translocations. But first, let's get this rat out of here. Oh yeah, I wanted to remap these around. There we go. Got them the way I want. Oh, right. I think I do, but I don't. There we are. So I do need to think about what god I want to go with here. I mean, obviously, we could go with the Sneaky Sneak god, but that doesn't seem necessary. Could go with Charbados, become really slow. That would be a bit of a challenge. Two. I guess I could check the list. We got Ashen Zari, which wouldn't be a terrible option. We do have a lot of slots, but I do want to switch between slings. Maybe if I get teleportation. Maybe the plant guy? Yeah, I'm thinking maybe plant guy. Give me cover so I can throw. We'll see. I mean, once I find the altar, then I'll make a little bit more of an informed decision. Alright, if you're just gonna dodge away constantly. Thought I saw you. Yeah, there you are. Oop. And that's why I should, well, I would have, oh, hello. Glowing dagger. Probably cursed. Just like my movement there. +3 dagger. Definitely not cursed. H2A. If there was, wait, I know what I can do, which I never remember. I can switch to my sling, and I can hit T twice to shout, and that should make the worm show up. Yeah. There. Dead worm. And a ring. Didn't even know that was there. Ring of poison resistance. That'll be nice. Never, probably. But at least we have it. Maybe when we get to the arachnid layer or the snake layer much later on. So confident I am. Now, I remember there was a goblin over here that needed to be killed. And this kobold. He was clearly using an inferior ammo type. But still making me look bad. Well, we're surrounded. I just have to be really dodgy. Wow, those kobolds seem to be very adept at dodging my slings bullets right now. And I don't appreciate that. Goodbye, snake. Back to fighting the doggy. Bat can wait. Gotta get some shots on the gecko. Oh, get back here, bat. I'm not wasting ammo on your dodginess. Oh, hello. Some nice leather armor here. Or terrible leather armor. Let's find out. +3 leather armor. Not bad. And Cursed Ring of Teleportation. Now it's time to see if we have any scrolls to get rid of that. I'm not carrying any scrolls. Here's a scroll. It's teleportation. Apparently teleportation is the theme. Oh yeah, I'd rather have resist poison than no ring at all. And I have lost a lot of early runs due to random poisoning enemies. But I'm level 3, I wouldn't do that now. Oh, all this yummy food. I should have just stayed on the first floor and had snacks. Well, I could switch weapons, or I could just face you. Alright, floor is done. I don't have to worry about my... No, not up. I want to go down. Although, I am missing sling bullets. How many are here? 2 of them. And then we gotta kill this plant so we can get our other sling bullet, because we dropped it in the grass. It's very important. Alright, time for... Oh, let's read this. Probably a scroll of noise or something. Oh, identify. Great. Now we can identify how cursed that ring we already put on was. Hungry. Let's take care of that. My favorite time. Scroll reading time. Constantly. Alright, we can enchant our hunting sling to be a little bit better. Don't mind that too much. Natasha. Thank you for dying. once anyway, not actually dead. Gotta kill her 2 more times before we'll really have her dead. And I should have backed off a little bit more before engaging him. But we didn't. It's okay though. I mean, you can run away from them just fine, but they do have really good regeneration. So you don't really want to play with them too much. Sigmund is asleep. He was building a +0 scythe and +2 magic resistance robe and a wand of digging. Oop. Maybe we can get lucky. We didn't get lucky yet. We switch weapons, he's just going to pick us off. And he might do that anyway. Okay, time for potions. Potion of cancellation, I'm magically purged. Invisibility, so let's get out of here. Oh, he's digging. Great. And I'm confused. Great. Still invisible? That's good. Now he's invisible. Everybody's invisible. Let's all be invisible together. He dug a hole over here, too. He's just going mad with that wand of digging. Well, we're not too stealthy, but we found somewhere to rest. Actually, our stealth is pretty bad right now. And the Cursed Ring of Attention. Wonderful stuff right there. The only thing I have going for me right now is that the Ring of Attention, Cursed Ring of Teleportation cannot bring me into a... Cancel that. Yeah, I want to cancel it. Can't bring me into that closed off area, so I can't be completely screwed by it. There's the remove curse. Thank goodness. Right, throw this ring away. Halflings have those, well, I guess that's hobbits, but bad times with rings. At least I could read a scroll and didn't have to throw it in a volcano. That's all I'm really saying. But it was quite the journey. I don't even want to go down here right now. Don't want to come into too dangerous of a situation. Alright, dead rat, good rat. More goblins. Nope, not waiting. Shoot. Not to auto-explore. Sword, 21 stones, gained 1. Alright, so what is in here anyway? Minus all my dexterity for a dexterity ring, which could be good or bad. It would put us in the middle of the room. And there's the ghost, which has a 2-handed axe. So I'm already not liking the prospects of that. Hit for 18 damage. It would crush us pretty soundly. Although there is a scroll of blink in there as well. So I could potentially get that ring and get out. Let's see, if I go around and run around, I gotta get that ring. Don't need the axe. get this, and get out. Done and done. Yeah, I can always come back up for the ghost vaults, but I also always forget. And it was cursed. I'm a genius. I have no words. That was classic. Good job. I got trolled there. Instead of giving me equipment I couldn't use because I can use basically anything I find, it's like, oh, here, have more cursed stuff. Curse of Amnesia. Maybe I can forget that I picked up that ring. The unfortunate thing is now I also don't have that scroll of blinking. I should have known it was a trap. It's all just too easy. And I didn't even get the gold. Oh, there's the upstairs. I was looking for that. Don't need to go up. I guess I just never went down that stair to begin with. Oh, here you are. Hi, kitty. Why you gotta hurt me? Well, one of these has to be good, right? Haste, speed up. Sure. Let's get out of here, actually. No, you're faster. Alright, we live again. Definitely could have died there, though. Is it okay to wear it cursed if you don't try and take it off? Yeah, it's okay to wear it. Like, it just means I'll have a little bit lower dexterity. I mean, I could try and take it off even, but it won't let me. It's stuck on me. I mean, our dexterity is pretty good anyway, so it's not going to end the run. I don't really want to be over here, but this would give me a better range. But I do have to fire through the summons if there are any. There we go. One more Natasha down. Gain level 5 and feel agile as we've leveled up and gained a skill up for it. Yeah, it's -2 dex. Now, if it was a plus curse ring, yeah, then it would be... Oh, hi. Not even an issue. Oh, she's got a wand of digging too. How lovely. Did we kill her? I think we did. Alright, Sling Flight is over. Oh! Jeez. And more wands abound. Well, hopefully we can get a... Oh yeah, you do that thing. that will wreck me. We need a different staircase. That one's not going to work out for us. And we're getting harassed by these named ones. Alright, so we're alive again after our third close call. So I guess we just stick around on this floor for a little bit until something scary happens, then we retreat back up to the next floor. I say as I find more staircases. So we could go Maclub the Destroyer. We get health from killing. Harnesses Destructive Might, Invocation. We've already kind of got a range focus going. And ideally, we're not going to be taking a lot of damage anyway. Just keep on blinking. See if I care. We're running a little bit low on ammo. We're using stones now. But I dare not switch between melee and ranged while fighting him. No, no, no. Eventually he's going to blink in a way that is beneficial to me. Oh no, I gotta pass the food. It hurts. It hurts. I'm a halfling, I must eat. Heavily ruined leather armor. What's the worst that can happen? Armor of greater demons. Resist fire? Is that it? It's cursed as well. Now, it's not a negative curse, but we can't change back to our other armor, which was better armor value, but did not have fire resistance, and it's not the greatest armor. It'll be nice to have once we remove the curse, though. Just as a, in case we ever need to have fire resistance. Okay, this isn't good. So we've got a potion of ambrosia. Let's go ahead and drink that. That's regeneration. It does confuse us, but it should be enough to get us through this. Do want to focus on the scorpion. Ugh. Okay, scorpion's down. Then a mage shows up. Can increase our dex. That's fine. Nasty poison we got on us right now, though. I'm actually probably better off going back up the stairs. Okay, no problem. Thanks for joining me, though. And enjoy your rest. Oh, but the dog followed. That's not good. What was that? I'm a tree. Good. That should be able to get me through this. Except for the gnolls aren't going to pursue. But we can use our sling and perhaps live. Alright, get to a spot where I can see both ways and rest here. There's the phantom fully healed. Yes, the phantom is too close for my liking. Why are you telling me that? I already know that. Oh, that's still from the trying to rest bit. Just got a scroll unidentified. At least I know what my remove curse is. So I know I don't want to mess with that. Phantom's right there on my butt. Again, got some stones, so at least we have some ammunition, sling bullets as well. I think we gave him the slip for now, but we'll see soon enough. Back to the sling. We've got stairs to go up, so we can do that. We've got a few sling bullets, so we're not completely crippled right now. Oh good, we found a stash of them too. Alright, there's a potion, and I'm sure Sigmund is well away from here now. Well, he's away from here now, and I don't want to mess with him. So more random stairs. Ugh. I'm sure if I can get past this floor, we'll be pretty well off. If I can pick up enough stones here, things will also be better. Alright, we're up to 27 sling bolts, so we did get the lion's share, if you will, of the sling bolts we were out. I really should be using auto pathing, just so I don't get surprised and move 3 times before I get to face my enemy. Done exploring. Right, so I do want to go up. Let's just go up here, see where it leads. Unfortunately, our friend here does not summon goblins. We still have to deal with the existing ones. Anyway, it will be a tough fight though if we can find him again. Is the tricky part. And Natasha for the 3rd time. But that's the charm. We should be able to get the kill fairly easily. And just don't have to deal with her anymore. No loot. But that's not unexpected. There's a rat and... Oh. No. Another chance at a deity. Should be good for escaping. Okay, perform lightly damage. Doesn't seem quite like the right fit for a slinger. And Crazy Whiff. No idea even if there is a correct pronunciation for his name. Alright, so let's see if we can fight Sigmund this time. There he is. We are confused, but we can still use our sling with some effort. Now, he isn't that bad for escaping from, unless we're confused. So if we can power through him. Alright, we got him. So one less thing to run away from constantly. Oop. Feel like I'm still confused. Alright, back up to 27 sling bullets, so that's good. We do need to find our friend so we can get a helmet, because I would like to wear it on my head. And there is Robin. Well, if you don't have any of your friends with you, you're not too challenging. Okay. This is dungeon level 2. Let's go ahead and equip the sling for our last bit of exploration. Might end up facing some random enemies. And you're fine. You can shout all you want to. I'm out of here. Cod T-High. Yes, indeed. You are correct. Cod T-High. Alright, so there are actually staircases we haven't been down yet because we were afraid of the next floor. And I understand why. That is a good sword there. So let's update our stream right before we die, so that we can feel like we have accomplished something. Our experience level 7 plus Halfling Hunter. It actually says Slinger on the screen, which is funny, because I was going to say a Slinger anyway. But that is dictated by the experience level. Stealth is creeping up, but really we're just all about those slings. I'm not sure which staircase I want to use the most here to go down. Now if I do this, does it actually coordinate with the staircase? Yes, so I don't want to use this staircase. I'd actually be much happier using this one over here. Well, that's interesting that it should path me through here. I do not enjoy that. Now I have to figure out a way to get out of here without blinking. And there probably isn't a way. Okay. Okay. My stream somehow became unmuted. Hooray, echo. Don't even know how that one happened. I probably have a suspicion that I hit a key thinking I was on the active screen, but was not. Lovely. Alright, so got Potion of Lignification. Probably not going to work out too well, as we have an enemy with an axe who can hit for up to 18 damage. Doesn't have a lot of other qualities. It's an amateur hill orc fighter. Or we have one scroll. You know what? Yep. I'm gonna have to do it this way. Maybe I can use the sling on him to great effect. Since we're stuck in here anyway, the odds of me getting out of here without facing him, pretty low. Really do like the Potion of Tree Form. Seems to work pretty well most of the time for me. Well, now we can get that gold I was so crushed about not getting, as well as this axe. Definitely been an interesting halfling run, I will give it that. Gained a bunch of sling bullets, I don't know why. Okay, so I'm just in utter disbelief that we managed to make it out of that. Even though it wasn't that hard, but losing my mind. Oh, no, we're not eating our weapons. Got plenty of sling bullets, which is great. Hey, another ring. But we're still looking for that remove curse. Well, they've all been alerted and moved on to their own particular desired locations. Okay, I'm trying to hit the priest here. There we are. So we have a Falchion of Electrocution, which is pretty good. And that does synergize with our short blades. So while we're not very good with it, it's also not going to be our primary weapon. That's going to be the sling, always and forever. Love sling. But plus 2, 7, 9 damage. We're not going to be doing very many sneak attacks anyway. So it's going to do more damage, though it is less accurate, but the electrocution on a fairly fast weapon will be pretty nice. We get our first spell book, which contains some nice spells. Primarily in hexes, which I don't know if we're very adept with as a halfling. No, that's one of the ones we're not good at. We're equally good at all elemental. Transmutations are terrible. Translocations and charms are where we are skilled at. So that is kind of unfortunate, because these are all... There is a translocation with Gel's Gravitas, but it is a very difficult one for us to cast. So we are going to hide transmutations. And honestly, the hexes are very difficult to learn too. And I may never learn Gel's Gravitas either. But at least we know it's there. And we've got some identified potions now. Alright, so ogres can be killed at range because they don't have a lot of armor. With a sling, at least. I feel my dexterity returning. I must have lost quite a bit of dexterity during that fight with the quasits, as they did deal damage to me on occasion. But I've been turned into mist. Okay. Alright. Okay, I'm blinking a lot. That's fun. There's Mustachio. Okay, we are no longer... Alright, ugh. In mist form, against our own will. Need to change that designation from R to A, so it'll become our primary attacking weapon. And it's doing some good work here. Good. Dead enemies. Slings goes up to 10. Excellent. Let's equip our sling in celebration. Are you kidding me? Potion of haste seems good here. Good, he moved away. Hopefully we can slaughter him with stones. I'm fine with that. More stones for you. Pain shoots through my body, but we're okay. Alright, so that was the most face tank I've been able to do against a named enemy, boss, whatever unique enemy. Well, we were also hasted, so we did have to use some resources to survive. Another ring of poison resistance. Classic. I swear I saw an orc there. And there he is. Got y'all done. Now if I can get these two separated from one another, which doesn't happen very often, I think they probably shout when you see one or the other. Now I was thinking about doing curses here, because we can still use our sling bullets. We don't have any good translocation. We do have a translocation, but it's not going to get me to move away. Allow us to skill up very quickly, but we're not really worried about skill ups. Oops. Not mean to wait there very much. Alright, Sword of Electrocution. Wow. Good hit there. +2 scale mail of magic resistance. I like that. I know we're in the middle of a fight now, but it's time to loot. Is he dead? Is he alive? He's alive. Now he's dead. Maybe. Okay, no purple cloud. That means he's dead. Still no scroll of remove curse for the second time. Alright, Pistachio. I would really like to sneak up on him, but my sneak is only at 2.4. Probably not going to happen. Hopefully he doesn't summon forward. No, he did summon, but they're dead. Get our dexterity up a little bit more. It is showing our base stats there, which is kind of nice. Hey, there's that remove curse scroll I've been looking for. Thank goodness. Alright, get rid of this ring. Put this ring on, which is probably also cursed. Oh, protection from cold. Not cursed. And +2 scale mail of magic resistance. We've got 15, 22 between our AC and our evasion. Let's see what this does to us. Gets us up pretty good. Doesn't decrease our evasion by very much. And gives us magic resistance. Whereas instead we could do 11 as 25 still, you know. This gets us up to 25 as well, but does not give us the resistance that we get from the scale mail. And since we're not using any magic yet, I'm absolutely fine using the scale mail. For now, anyway. And are we wearing anything else that's cursed? I can't forget about that. It looks like we're curse-free for the moment. But again, we don't have a backup scroll. So that is a bit of a concern. Whip an orc skeleton, ring mail. And this door. There's a lot of stuff in here. I'm going to go ahead and go with the Ocean of Electrocution and then back away to here. Oh, we have a sword now, so we can riposte. I was wondering how that enemy died, but I figured it out. I'm smart. Oh. Come on, electricity. We've killed a scorpion before. Well, as much as it is nice that the scorpion is confused, or unaware of us, in fact, I do need to make it my priority, and we unfortunately missed every shot against it. Killed the leopard gecko. All for a scroll of unknown, a robe of garbage, and an ice blast wand. That could be useful. Wand of enslavement. Interesting. Done exploring. So, have I gotten the upper floors fully done? Unfortunately, yes. And that was the 4th floor, meaning we haven't found the temple yet. It's a little rough. Hiss of flowing sand. So I'm glad we didn't jump down here to check out anything earlier, and we immediately find the, what is this referred to anyway? Ossuary. I've seen ossuaries in other games before. It's potentially a memorable thing, but good luck with me. So this is one with all the potions, so the rest probably all have enemies, which, I mean, it's experience, it's skill. It is the potential for advancement. So that's really nice. I just realized that we have rings of fire, cold, and poison resistance all. So we've got great versatility. And we've got armor with fire resistance, so we can double up on that. I'm going to go ahead and get you guys with a scimitar here, instead of trying to backpedal constantly and make the sling work forever. Especially with these centaur zombies, they are still pretty fast. The most threatening enemy here is the mummy, though. And I'll go ahead and rest. I don't think any of these enemies can open doors. So that is not a concern of mine. You know, I say the mummies are going to be the most threatening, and they died very quickly compared to the zombies. Thank you for your experience. I enjoyed it thoroughly. Well, we could go back up now, but we've explored that floor. Even more sling bullets. Am I missing any sling bullets? No, I've got all the ones that I have found. There was another sling around, but it was a 0 quality. Nothing special. Hello, slave. I'll just go ahead and melee pickle. I didn't even have to kill slave. I really should get in the habit of examining things. Like, I just want to get out of there, get away from that sky beast. If the slaves want to fight him, they can. They don't. And it's a real pain in the butt when they keep blocking all of your shots. Or at least attempting to. Coincidence or otherwise. And then you hit them and then they get mad at you. And you still don't get experience. It's still very unrewarding. Oh, hello, Edmund. I should examine you, but it shows you're yellow, and it's a very ordinary name, so I don't feel threatened by you. +4 flail of holy wrath, which I apparently can't use. Because it's a two-handed weapon, I suppose. I'm a small little halfling. Okay, auto pickup was off. Must have been because of the sky beast. Are back into picking up stuff. Hello, human. Alright, so I should check to see if I have a cloak before I go worrying about picking that one up. And I do. So there is no reason to even do it. Ha! There's the Naga barding that I could have used when I was playing a Naga. So I should be able to fight a phantom now, and there was one up on a higher floor that I would have to do some searching to find. Not nearly as much of a challenge as it was previously. Have we made some good advances so far? Yes, freed slave, how are you? Yeah, hello. So I just remembered that I got a lot of scrolls and potions in the ossuary and didn't really pay that much attention to them. Also, here's the temple. Alright, so we're looking for, there it is. Fed house. You can walk through plants and fire through allied plants. You can turn corpses into toadstools. You can call sunshine. You can induce evolution. Cause a ring of plants to grow. And you can cause explosive spores. And you can control the weather. So the plants is pretty far down the list. Who else do we have easy access to? I've got the Glowing Altar of Zen here, which is not a bad choice for halflings, as you don't really have to worry about mutation anyway. I don't think the potions of mutation work very well with you. Basically, hate on evil. It's never one I've been particularly compelled to choose, because I usually don't play things that are thematically correct for it. Could go with the Altar of Uska the Reveler, which can make my enemies dance. You stomp with a beat. You can pass through a line of other dancers, which is good escape. But he builds slowly, he builds up quickly, but fades away fast. So I don't really want to do that. I'm not really made for sustained combat. Trog Necromancy. I think we're just going to go ahead and go with our initial thought here. Alright, I can now... The plants in the dungeon have ceased their hostilities, which is wonderful. And I can turn corpses into toadstools. Which, what are the benefits of that? Transforming all nearby fast-growing, short-lived toadstools. Zombies, ghouls, and necrophages are considered walking corpses and are affected accordingly. I did not realize that. I really should have read this description. Zombies rot into skeletons, and ghouls and necrophages rot away entirely, granting no experience. But they don't have to deal with them. And necrophages can be pretty unkind. It's unfortunate that it grants no experience, though. We're getting really fast to that sling. Which I should probably check the maximum. Your skill, 12. Reach maximum delay at 12. We are still training, which is crazy that we got both of those at the same time. Let me just check again to make sure. Yeah, we managed to get there without even realizing it. What a crazy coincidence. So that means we don't have to level that up anymore. And we're going to do plenty of long blades fighting training, even though we're slightly not adept at that. And armor and dodging will be going up. And if we do find a shield, like a buckler, would be great. Because that doesn't prevent us from using our sling, and we can't use two-handed weapons anyway. Although it would be a tricky training process. Glowing short bow. Not particularly interested in using a short bow. Don't know what the penalty is on our... Oh, actually we're good with bows and crossbows both. So I could grab the bow. Just see what kind of bow it is. So +0 short bow of philosophy. Sure, why not? Velocity. And since we've maxed out our skill... Oh, sorry, we're hungry. maxed out our skill with that, with slings. I don't mind switching it up a little bit. Okay, I definitely want to search more specifically for arrows. So AR. What? Ah, come on. Let me find more arrows. Yeah, Dungeon 5. Duplicates in piles. I haven't picked them up yet, huh? Is that what we're saying here? Thanks, game. I do need to learn how to remember that if you just hit Control F and hit the same enter without checking, it'll just go to what you last had. I don't know a way to get that potion in there. So what floor are we on? 6 probably? Nope. Control G, D, 6. Oh, good. I have no problem with you. But where did you go? We'll just use our sword to wipe them out. I skill cap that. Item shift I, put it over to D as our secondary. Oh, hello. We haven't even been. No, we did. There we go. D6. Oh, well, I don't want to be that deep. Let's go back up to 5. We need to finish off exploring this floor. +2 robo magic resistance. Taking it. Wait, that's just a whip of freezing. Don't know how good it is, how bad it is. Gonna stick with my short and long swords though. And hope to find a shield at some point. Should be a sky beast around. But we're done exploring, so if we don't find him again, we don't find him again. Not much else to be done about that. Should be... No, there's not a synergy with bows and crossbows, which is fine. But having a... I'll just finish him off with the slings. Having a velocity modifier on a bow is a pretty good one. That's why I'm running with the bow still. Oh, froggy. Although we're about twice, or actually more than twice as slow wielding the bow. But our skill is also only at 0.6. It should come up pretty quickly, as we'll be focusing on it for a little while. Oops. But basically I'm going to finish off this floor and then be done for the night most likely. Haven't really found my niche for Friday nights yet though, but really just wasn't Blood Bowl tonight. Alright, there must be a staircase to get into there somehow. Well, actually I'm going to sneak away a little bit here. And if the other gnoll and ogre happen to follow, so be it. But I don't want to fight them all at once. Man, I really do like how fast slings are, though. It's kind of amazing. And I hadn't appreciated it in quite some time. Alright, so, ogre, where are you? So I could just use this to transform the zombie into death. Which I kind of want to do. Turn zombie rot into skeletons, and ghouls and necrophages rot away entirely. %0 chance of failure. Haha, turn them into skeleton. Ah, it's fun. So, also, I think that our deity wants us to do that. Can turn corpses into toadstools, and we gain... like so when corpses rot away. That's it. I mean, we don't have to use the ability, because I think it just likes them generally. Anyway. +4 dagger. I think that's better than the +3 dagger I have. You know, I haven't done the math on it or anything. But it seems to check out. And so we have an altar of Zom in there, which is hogging up a staircase. Hopefully we never escape up that one. For freedom, because that could be really bad. Where are all my arrows? I thought I had a lot more arrows than that. Well, do I have a lot of food? No, not particularly. There are 10 arrows on the first floor. Somehow they got up there. Thought I'd pick them up, but it seems that I was mistaken. Okay, let's see. So, abilities, fungal bloom. Nothing appears to happen. Well, I got hurt pretty badly. Can we make it through it? Nope, we died. Which is just as well, because we had to end here anyway. That was a tough run with that halfling, though, I will say that much. No one's here. No, I can do a one-man raid of Krendor, as he exists. And that's always fun to do. Where's the... how do I do that? Oh, right, I have to type it in. Woo! /raid Krendor. And we could raid him in 10 seconds with 0 people. So we're going to go ahead and do that right now. Thank you for joining me, and stream over. Got a good 4 hours in, which is my goal for Fridays for the first time. Thank you again.